I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling particularly stupid tonight. Let's do another run. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the late night DGen Skyward Sword Any Percent run, which will probably be bad and I'll probably reset and then we'll stop stream, but I still want to do an attempt right now. Let us begin. Thank you for the good luck, Jace. That's okay, Orange Soda. You can go to sleep. Let the waves rock you to sleep. Let the chill Skyward Sword Any Percent make your eyes grow tired. Also, I will apparently be wearing glasses this entire run. Oh, don't worry, Tungle. I will put you to sleep. Eventually. Oh yes, we're being very stupid tonight. Indeed, Lightweaver, we are doing another run tonight. Or we're going to try to do another attempt. while eating cookies and speaking in some kind of ASMR voice. Thank you very much, R2AU, for the 1,000 bits. You are very generous. Welcome to the stream, Flood95. Thank you very much for the subscription. I hope you enjoy the badge and emotes, and thank you for the support. Tonight is not a normal stream, though, because tonight we are doing D-Gen Hour Skyward Sword any percent. And I am speaking in this voice while wearing a set of glasses, even though I don't need to. While eating Trader Joe's Cinnamon Schoolhouse cookies. Because I feel like it. Very nice so far. Now it all depends on the Loftwing RNG. Oh yes, it's far too late to be starting another run. But I don't care right now, because as I said earlier, I'm feeling particularly stupid tonight. Which is why I'm also eating cookies and talking in this weird voice right now. In hopes of perhaps putting a person or two to sleep while they attempt to slumber into the darkness of their beds and mattresses. Of course, while playing Skyward Sword any percent, because that's what all normal people do, right? Oh, I don't regret this one bit. Mainly because now I get to eat cookies, and that's what truly matters in life. Being able to eat all of the cookies. Well, I wish you good dreams, and Match. And that you find restful relaxation while listening to the stream. Also, my friends, we have had very good Loftwing RNG here. Well, not very good, but fairly good. We will not be losing too much time, thankfully. And I will now eat more cookies. Thank you for your wishes of amazing RNG and Matosh. Oh, I ran out of stamina. That is unfortunately some time lost. Now let us follow Fi over as she leads us to the goddess statue. Thankfully, we did not get encased by the Chu as it would attempt to jump around sometimes. I will not be saying my real name on stream. Larry. I do not know who this Larry is that you speak of. Slice Yeet has the correct idea. Just call me Gong. It's what Rocky does. Yes, it is almost 10 p.m. here. Normally, I would not start a run at this hour. But tonight I thought, I'm feeling very stupid. Let's do another run. I shall also be talking in this voice and eating cookies, hopefully the entire time. Because these cookies are amazing. Thank you very much for the good luck, Red Gem. I will certainly be needing it today. Do I have a favorite musician? No, not really. Shadow Reinhardt. I have always been a robot. My weekend has been very nice. I got to hang out with some other speed friends on Friday and Saturday. I made one of them very angry because I made him do things he did not want to do. And I got him wet. Megahertz was there and can confirm what I am saying right now. Oh yes, there is lots of photographic evidence. Dimly lit pictures. Because for some reason the Splash Mountain camera couldn't light up our faces correctly. I'm eating Trader Joe's Cinnamon Schoolhouse cookies. They're very good cinnamon cookies that are shaped like letters, so you can learn about the alphabet while you eat them. So how is everybody doing right now? Is everybody feeling nice and relaxed? Is anybody troubled or anxious? I hope you're not. You feel tired because it's almost 1 a.m. Well, that is natural. Skyward Sword will naturally start you with 6 hearts at the beginning of each file. That's just how the game is made. I see, Flood. Well, I hope you survive tomorrow. I'm sure you will do fine. Oh yes, tonight is a particularly peculiar streaming hour. I usually do not stream this late. I do indeed have Mario Maker for the Nintendo Wii U, yes. Although I haven't played it in quite some time. I remember I created a very stupid puzzle level that hardly anybody was ever able to complete. This little thing that looks like a penguin and goes QQ is a Kikwi. Yes, I did finish a full run. But I'm doing another because I'm not very smart. And thank you for the good luck, James. No, I do not have to be up early tomorrow. Thankfully. Otherwise, this would be a very bad decision. Yes, being able to sleep in is indeed a comfort. These Bokoblin fights have not been very good. Oh yes, me and Megahertz stay up very late doing degen races. I find that doing speedrunning at night is often more relaxing than during the day. There probably are Kikwi plushes, yes. Where exactly, though, I know not. Sometimes too relaxing, isn't it? I did not graduate from Harvard, no. And I do not think I will ever graduate from Harvard. I will not be saying which school I go to. At least probably not until I graduate. Not on stream, anyway. I live on 1337 Blazeit Street, in the town of Yolo Swagville, with area zip code 42069, which is actually a zip code in Kentucky. Excellent. We got the extending blow, my friends. And we have now saved 40 seconds over my PB. I hope you are all as energetic as I am right now. And thank you very much, Drael, for the 200 bits. This is DGen and ASMR hour. No thank you, Green Uprooter. It is now time to do back in time, my friends. First, we're going to start off by copying File 1 to File 3, to ensure that File 2's properties do not get automatically loaded in bit each time. Then we're going to load File 2 so that the Upper Academy gates will open, due to the log that we pushed down after talking to the Kikwi Elder and getting the slingshot. And now we will do a bit warp, where we shall replace our coordinates that we saved at with these ones on Skyloft, and this will teleport us into the Skyview Temple, where we will bonk. That was a very difficult Hydra. I almost fell down there. Now it is time for us to fight our first true enemy, the Stalfos. The Stalfos will attempt to block our attacks with 2 swords, but we will have to look for openings and hit him through there. Then we will shield bash him, and rinse and repeat. And that is how we defeat the Stalfos, my friends. I do not know how far away from a best segment that was. Probably at least 5 seconds. I did not mean to swipe the bottle right there. I meant to take away my shield, but the bottle was still the selected inventory item. Also, goodbye, Twinkle Toes. My favorite Zelda game is a tie between The Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Yes, turkey is very good. The first phase has been completed. That was insultingly bad RNG from Girahim. And thank you very much for the orange rupee Flaffle. Unfortunately, I will not be talking like this forever. And thank you very much for the yellow rupee, Lightweaver. It is very generous of you. I don't know why I decided to start talking like this, but what matters now is that I am talking like this, and that I will continue to talk like this for the remainder of this run, until it is either finished or it resets. I will not regret this stream. And now, my friends, it is time for us to do the early Thunderhead sequence break. On file 2, I have set a particular bit in the game's memory so that when interpreted by Skyloft, we shall play the Thunderhead cutscene. Let us do it now. We shall first check the statue, or at least try to. There we go. We shall save at the statue, and then we shall start the file at a specific timing, playing the Thunderhead cutscene. And because the Thunderhead cutscene started after we selected the file, this file now believes that the Thunderhead cutscene has played, and thus the Thunderhead has opened early. Tonight is not a night for Squidward impressions. I am sorry, Ian. I will not be talking like this at a GDQ, unless the GDQ staff ask me to. Thank you very much for the good luck, John Casavetes. And thank you very much for the 60 bits, Lightweaver. And for the good luck. Now we shall take 6 hearts of damage from the Chew before we get out and go into the lava. This brings up the game over screen faster than if we were to just simply die via the Chew. Because now it is time to do Back in Time once again. This time we will be doing a bit warp with the Lower Bazaar statue. This will push us into a goddess cube and then into the ground, my friends, where we will touch the loading zone for the Elden Caves. Good night, Lightweaver. Let the sounds of the stream lull you to sleep. Yes, I do indeed like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wilds. It is my third favorite Zelda game under Skyward Sword and Wind Waker. And now you will see, my dear friends, that Link has been walking around in circles, because his turning radius is not sharp enough to get him to where he needs to be on the ground. This saves absolutely no time, but is worth it for the swag points. I am very surprised that explosion did not hit me. But that is good. Now we must climb the Elden Slopes, my friends. All the while the Kobolins will attempt to hit us, especially this guy right here. He was very eager to do so. Of course, we have to refill stamina appropriately to make it up. We will overhear these two Magmas talking about a key. There are 5 pieces to this key if we wish to get into the Earth Temple, and we must find all of them. So right after this cutscene ends, I will pick up a bomb and throw it down the slope so that it blows up a rock, revealing one of the pieces of the key. But thankfully, I will not come back there until later, after collecting 2 more pieces of the key. It works out very well routing-wise. The right text option is faster right there. It's very interesting, because normally the right one is not the fastest option. Thank you very much, Irina, for the 2nd month of the Tier 1 subscription. I'm glad you are enjoying the streams. So now this is the 2nd piece of the key. But since this slope right here leads over to this one, I can then go over to this one to collect the piece that was revealed after we blew up the rock. Now I have to hope that these Bokoblin cycles are nice. And they should be. Thankfully, the first Bokoblin did not come over to stomp me. We are going to save right here, because this will set our new checkpoint to be that bird statue. Which means that when we die, we will respawn there. Link, please stop auto-targeting that Bokoblin. This game has a sometimes annoying property where it will auto-target things it thinks it wants you to hit, such as that bokoblin that was near me. I should have done a spin attack, which would have been much smarter, because then I would have hit the bomb no matter what. But a stab is a few frames faster should I decide to use it. Oh, that's a shame. There we go. That was very sloppy movement. However, it may not have mattered, depending on what the vent cycles up here are. Or it may have cost us a lot of time, either one of the two. We also pick up a blue rupee for absolutely no reason. Yes. We have unfortunately wasted quite a bit of time here, my friends, because we have missed the vent cycle. I will only be your waifu if you can duplicate me. Unfortunately, we will be losing some time here due to the missed vent cycle. But it is okay, as we are still ahead, and can be even farther ahead after Earth Temple and beyond. We first begin by turning the camera around, as objects that are not on camera will actually freeze in the background. This includes a set of platforms back here so that we may correctly hit their cycle, and can thus make it across, nice and smooth. We can jump over the ramp right there to skip a cutscene, because the game thinks we're going to void out in lava, but then we don't. The game does not want to play a cutscene with us standing in lava right next to it. Same concept right there. And I have now equipped a slingshot for another cutscene skip that will happen in a moment, once I enter the next room. That Lizalfos is very annoying, and with a Skyward Strike I can hit the bomb to release the boulder, which will allow me to then roll across the lava as I please. I will also go into first person to hopefully skip a small animation of the magma over here. And I did. Normally that magma wants to burrow into the ground before you come to him, but if you keep him off camera for long enough, he won't do so, thus saving 1 second of his animation. Right here, I'm going to skip another cutscene. I'm also not going to take damage because I was far enough away in the crawl space. Now the cutscene skip with the slingshot comes in. By hitting the Lizalfos, we put them out of their normal animations, and thus, they cannot do their normal intimidation sequence that would happen. Unfortunately, we did not get the best RNG, but thankfully there are no lizard tails in the way, so we do not have to worry about picking them up. Yes, I am originally from Los Angeles. Yes, in some senses I am crazy. No, this is not commentary practice. This is just a degen hour, any percent speedrun. Because I feel compelled to do so right now for some strange reason. I must kill that Keese because it is always very annoying. Especially if it tries to attack me. There's usually another Keese that comes over here now, and there he is. Just waiting to ruin my run. But I will not let him ruin my run. Also, thank you very much, Konoli. DDQ Express will be happening October 26th through 28th, and I am excited to run Ocarina of Time 3D MST at the event, on either Friday or Saturday. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be there all of Sunday, so my run should not be on Sunday. Are you a degen? Only if you choose to be. I have chosen to be a degen for this particular stream and this particular any percent attempt. And unfortunately, I did not get shot right there with fire like I'd hoped. These bokoblins get very scared of the beetle for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Well, I usually get a little bit spooked whenever I hear a beetle, so maybe it makes some sense. I think we will be able to make this lava cycle, but just barely. Yes. Excellent. Now we are coming up on the peg skip, my dear viewers. Normally at this bridge coming up here, we need to push in 2 pegs, one on each side of the bridge in order to lift it all the way up. However, the peg closest to us will lift up the right side of the bridge, and if we can jump onto it while it's lifting up, we can effectively skip the other side. Let us perform it now. Excellent. On this slope there is a rest area for us to regain stamina, and so we will use that to get up the hill. Unfortunately, on this next slope there is no rest area, so instead we're going to do a technique known as stamina pumping in order to get up. Normally, a single wheel of stamina should not be able to get you all the way up here, but by repeatedly pressing the A button and releasing it, you can get enough distance with only a single wheel of stamina to make it all the way up and across. My favorite dungeon would be the Ancient Cistern. Such a quaint piece of art the Ancient Cistern is. But usually I just really like levels based around water, which is probably the source of my bias. Now Link is going to temporarily become Indiana Jones and escape the boulder. Thankfully, Link is not going to lose his hat like Indiana Jones often does before recovering it. Of course, this boulder is not quite done yet, as we will soon find out in the next room. And now, my friends, it is time for a hydration break. Everybody please hydrate if you wish to. hydration bot seems to be slacking lately. I'm not entirely sure why, and I wish I knew. It has so far only reminded me twice this stream, in our 8.5 hours of adventures. Now, my friends, it is time for us to fight Scaldera, boss of the Earth Temple. He has this peculiar eye on him, which we're going to need to hit a specific amount of times if we wish to defeat him. Luckily, we can shorten the fight a little bit with some precise bomb blasts and some specific damage sequences. So much so that we could potentially skip the phase of the fight where his legs grow long and he attempts to go over us and then roll back down. Let us see if we can execute it now. I will be taking damage from this bomb as well because I want to be lower on health. Now I will unleash 2 Skyward Strikes onto Scaldera, because the Skyward Strikes are much more powerful in hero mode. This deals a lot of damage. Where will the eye be this time? That's not where I wanted to be. Unfortunately, my friends, I have screwed up. It is okay, though, as we can still take time. And still be ahead. As long as I can get this Skyward Strike right here. Unfortunately, I ran out of stamina. I needed one more hit on Scaldera. This fight is unfortunately no longer good. I was surprised I did only hit the eye once back there. There we go. Unfortunately, my friends, we lost about 40 seconds to Scaldera, because I was unable to hit the eye. But somehow we are still ahead by 1 second. We shall hopefully save time on this next split coming up here. Thank you very much for the good luck, Shirami. Coming out of this loading zone, I shall hold Z, as it will give me control of Link 2 seconds quicker than normal. For some reason it cancels his walking animation, and then I can get control immediately. Now right here, normally there would be a Fi cutscene that is about to play. But because we got the extended blow earlier, that cutscene no longer is required, and so we will not see it. This will save us about 15 seconds on this segment, which is nice. And now we will enter into the Thunderhead early. For the early Thunderhead sequence break has opened it up, and we will go get the Furoria's Courage song, despite the fact that we do not have the harp. Thankfully, this does not matter. And we shall face plant into the ground, since it is the fastest. Also, thank you very much for the host, Emeralds. I hope your stream went well. My favorite Zelda game is a tie between Skyward Sword and The Wind Waker. Mostly because I'm just naturally drawn to bright, colorful things. And I had more fun playing those two games than I did the other games in the Zelda series. So far, this stream has been interesting. Originally, I was going to end a few hours ago, but for some reason I decided to do another 5-hour any % run, and talk like this for the rest of the stream. I'm not entirely sure why I decided to do this, but this is what we're doing now, and that's all that matters. I do not get that cutscene skip very often, Green Uprooter. And now, my friends, it is once again time to perform Back in Time. Except for some reason it does not work inside the Isle of Songs, so we must first go out. And then blow ourselves up. I am not regretting this one bit. I enjoy feeling relaxed as I run The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Now we come to perhaps the most complex piece of bit exploitation in the run. The early life tree seedling. So first I shall be selecting File 2 so that I can open the Upper Academy gates. This is important because I want to save File 1 up there, and so that I can get a stamina fruit that's up there. Once I get near enough to the gates though, I'm going to cancel File 2 and instead open up File 1. With File 1 open and a stamina fruit collected, I have now put the digging mitts into my inventory. And we shall now save File 1 so that it respawns here on Skyloft. With File 2 open once again, this is going to spawn a Fi text trigger over here, where Fi will complain to me that I don't have the life tree seedling, and she will lead me over to it. With the digging mitts, I can pick up the life tree seedling and apply it to this file by starting it and then digging it up again. And now, this file has the life tree seedling. Alright, Emeralds. Have a good night, and thank you for the good luck. May you have sweet, harmonious dreams. I am still streaming because I decided to still be streaming. It was definitely not the smartest idea, but I am committed. to at least attempting this run. If that means that I stream until 2:30 AM, then so be it. That was bad. Thankfully, due to the extended blow, we will be saving some time here on this segment. Excellent. I am in the Pacific Coast time zone of the United States. And now we have entered Lanayru, the third region of Skyward Sword. We're going to save again for another bit warp, one that will spawn us way out of bounds. And then we will run. Just like Forrest Gump. All other bit warps from this point on will be using the Upper Academy statue, since it is really the only useful bit warping statue in most of the run. Do I enjoy venomous snakes? I do not. So now, my friends, we are way out of bounds, thanks to the coordinates of the Skyloft bit warp. And we will be running until we come back inbounds and can enter the Lanayru caves, making sure to hopefully not run out of stamina anytime. Since I also only have one bomb, and wasted one on Scaldera, I'm going to need to pick up another one when we enter the caves. Otherwise I will be short one bomb and I will be very sad. What are my thoughts on Spider-Man? I have no thoughts on Spider-Man. I'm not very into superheroes. Thank you very much for the good luck, iceberg lettuce. May you have sweet, harmonious dreams tonight. Yes, we will be picking up the bomb as I cross the caves now, since it is along the path. Before it was not along the path, but now it is. We will attempt to do a brake slide here, to slide across the sand, so that we do not have to run across it very slowly. Brake sliding is a very useful technique for running across sand very fast in Skyward Sword. Why do I speedrun Skyward Sword? Because I enjoy speedrunning Skyward Sword. The unique motion controls and stamina management make for very interesting speedrunning strategies. Due to the cutscene of the time shift stone blowing up, we did not take damage right there. I have not been to a Denny's in many years, so I cannot say as to whether or not I enjoy it. Hello, Tesla Coil. Thank you for the good luck. It appears that we will be saving time on Hook Beetle, which is excellent. I have not read the Harry Potter books. I'm not much of a reader myself. Here we're going to break slide again across the sand, and make it to the other side where we should not be able to get to. Thanks to break slide's negative speed, we do not get affected. I swear that guy was going to come and try to hit me. Thankfully, however, he did not, for he was too far out of the camera's range. And for some reason, I just ran up that wall. Also, thank you very much, Lord Mos, for the 7 months in a row of the Tier 1 subscription. I hope work is good today. Ace, I will whisper into your ear at GDQX if you decide to go. This is bad. Okay. I do not know if this will work or not. It might. Please get up onto the shell, Link. Thank you. That could have ended very badly and very slowly. Now I shall roll the bomb, and by the time I'm over here, the bomb will explode onto the time shift stone, and I can get a roll right here, or not. I was too slow, unfortunately. I tried to get a roll, but was unfortunately too slow. Yes, be scared of my Hook Beetle Technoblin. It is very lethal. You will also notice that I only have 2 hearts right now, and I will be staying on 2 hearts for the next 10 minutes. Hopefully not dying unintentionally. Since I've never been to TwitchCon before, I will likely be doing as much of TwitchCon as I can, as well as GDQX. The only run that I have interest on sitting in on, besides obviously my own, is The Legend of Zahir, who will be playing A Link Between Worlds at GDQX. Really, Firestar? Well, I would be glad to meet you. Yes, Apple Guy, you may hug me. I am open to hugging all. Provided that you do not smell absolutely horrible. Do I like Fi? I'm somewhat indifferent about Fi, though I enjoy her theme and her farewell music very much. The Ampelus notices me. But thankfully I can use camera manipulation to make him stop. That Photoblin was in a very bad position. Now I must hit the Ampelus so that the spark cycle resets, and I can hit it in time. That Bokoblin was in a very weird position. I've never ran into him right there before. Yes, Fi is the spirit of the sword that we carry. This Zelda title, along with Wind Waker, are my two favorites. I cannot choose between simply one of them. I have never visited San Jose before. My voice sounds like male Siri. Alright then. An appropriate comparison, I suppose. You like it? I missed. I missed again. There we go. Do you like it? Or do you really like it? That's what I thought. A 1:22:09 entering time. I wish that could have been better. Anyway, this is the Elena Mining Facility. It's one of the more technical dungeons in the run. Lots of very small time saves, but when added together can save quite a bit of time. I regret to inform you, Tesla Coil, that glasses do not make any sound. At least these glasses aren't. Hello, Zumba Dow Wow Piff Piff. It is very nice to meet you. This ladder is impossible to climb sometimes. Unfortunately, that Keese met his demise. We specifically kill ourselves into the void right there, as it spawns the game over screen faster. And we will once again be doing a bit warp from the Upper Academy statue. It's interesting. You know, Skyloft is the only map, or rather one of the only maps in the entire game where you can spawn on the map out of bounds and void out, and still be able to respawn in a sane location. If that were not the case, then Back in Time would ultimately be useless, and the game would remain relatively glitchless. Such a horrible nightmare to think about. That roll angle was off. Thankfully, there are more bombs we can get in this crate. Also, yes, the final hours are very good in Majora's Mask. I do agree. I would say that I manage the motion controls rather well in this game. Very rarely is it the controls' fault that something goes wrong. It's usually just my fault. I remind you of Enop. I can see why you would think that. Nerds, Back in Time will always spawn you at the origin of the map, which just so happens to be out of bounds. There are not multiple locations you can spawn in Back in Time. It does not work like that. I must stab the Beamos so that it does not hit me while I climb the lever. This has been a rather excellent segment so far, but it looks like we will be losing some time, unfortunately. But that is okay, for this segment was very good in my PB, so losing time is to be expected, as it was only 1 second off of my sum of best. Oh, my friend Darthan Vander, the insanity has just begun. Also, thank you very much for the 3 green bits, Apple Guy. Now we must wake our way through the crawl space. Thankfully, not having stamina in a crawl space is not an issue, so we will freely run out of stamina as we please. I used to be a gymnast up until I was about 14. But since I made the username when I was 13, I decided to keep it. Also, these scorpions are very annoying. Oh no. That was not very good movement. I am still very flexible, though, as anybody who's spent a night with me in bed has found out. That includes at SGDQ. I did in fact engulf Linkus in his flexibility. In my flexibility, excuse me. I misspoke. Now we will jump slash onto this minecart. And using a bomb, we shall activate the minecart and ride it across very peacefully and very slowly. And we will also eat more cookies. And hydrate. Before side hopping off, hopefully. Or not. The side hop there is a little finicky. Our next goal is to get the boss key, which is in this room. It requires a complex series of puzzles to go and obtain. First, we must unveil the time shift stone over here. Then I shall throw a bomb at it and move around the room, so that by the time it explodes, I will have gone past these conveyor belts and will not have to deal with them. Also, yes, Moonzy, we are still going this late. And then using the Gust Bellows, I shall move these platforms along. That was very slow, though. Hopefully the others will not be so slow. I'm going to purposely let this sentry hit me, so that I may take some damage, which will be necessary for death later on. Right here, I shall use bombs to hit the switches behind these walls. Since the bomb radius is so big, it still hits the switch despite the fact that there is a wall in the way. And they must be done in a specific order, otherwise the puzzle will not work. Must be careful not to hit the sides of the walls, for that will mess up my position. And then I can side hop down, which will spawn me back at the beginning of the platform here, and I will not have to go back. There is thankfully a bomb drop right here that I can abuse. And so now I have full bombs once again. Now we fight the Armos, which will die with 2 quick stabs once they're fully revealed. And as this cutscene plays, I shall take damage one more time, since after we get the boss key, I will die. Because I saved right before the boss door, once I die here, I will respawn at the boss door, cutting out much unnecessary backtracking through this dungeon. I thought that Breath of the Wild was an amazing game, but it still did not stand up to the likes of Wind Waker or Skyward Sword for me. Ocarina of Time is also a very good game, but it is not my favorite Zelda game. Now we shall place the boss key in. The boss key motion puzzles start in the exact same place every time, and thus I can do the exact same motion with the Wii Remote every time, and just memorize what that is. Jemama, I am dancing on the line between genius and madness. With the slingshot, we can easily stun the claws right here. And though this position is bad, hopefully I will be able to hit 5 times with a stab and completely skip the second phase. Also, thank you very much, Jinja Ninja 367, for the tier 1 subscription onto this rather interesting night of my streaming career. This is also the longest break I will get in the entire run, and I will spend it by eating a cookie. I will also be picking up this heart container for later use. Stay hydrated, bot has returned. Now we must fly the beetle across this room to the Timeshift Stone. Unfortunately, the Timeshift Stone is so far away that a single slingshot pellet will not be able to reach it, due to the intense drop-off of the slingshot. If we had the bow, we would be able to reach it. But alas, the bow is in the sand ship, and there is no way to get to the sand ship earlier. I will now use this opportunity to take damage, as I will need to die again later. And I will also fly the beetle across right here. As we can see, when the beetle is flying straight, it keeps up with Link somewhat, but if we tilt it upwards, Link suddenly becomes much faster. The beetle's speed is quite hindered whenever it has to go up, which is why you do not want to go up very much, only if you have to when flying with the beetle. I also forgot to split on time, so we're actually a little bit more ahead than 8.3 seconds. I also fell into the void. But right there, before that happened, I was able to skip a Fi cutscene and save 15 seconds. Now it is time for us to return to Farron, where we will meet the lovely red pompadour man, Groose. Now we shall dive into the clouds. Unfortunately, we shall skip this action-packed cutscene with Groose, because it is faster. Very sorry to all of you Groose fans out there. Everybody, please say hello to Groose. He is here to greet us. Groose is clearly disgruntled by the fact that there are two Impas in this room right now. One because we got the harp, and one because we performed the early Thunderhead sequence break earlier in the run. Forgive me, but I momentarily choked. Now it is time for us to learn how to play the harp. Listen to its melodious tune. Now we shall play with Impa and create the Ballad of the Goddess. Let us listen to this music now. That is correct, Tesla Coil. You cannot skip this. There is no option to cancel the harp, and thus we must watch it. Forgive me, for I misspoke. Now the game would like us to fight the first imprisoned battle. But thankfully, due to the early Thunderhead cutscene, that will not be necessary. So we shall just leave. I'm sure the two Impas will figure out a way to deal with it on their own. Now we are off to play Furore's Courage, and enter into the Farron's Silent Realm. I hope you are all prepared. It is time to execute a harp cancel. Now, my friends, as I play this song, I'm going to cancel the song right as the last flower petal plays downward. And with that, the trial gate shall open, but I shall skip the cutscene. Hopefully. Excellent. We have skipped the Fi singing cutscene and shall now hopefully be saving time as we obtain the Water Dragon scale. Hello, Bailey. Thank you very much for your good luck wishes. You don't have to know why what's going on is going on. The fact of the matter is that it is going on. And it will be going on until the end of the run, or until I reset. After that lengthy Fi explanation, it is time for us to begin the first Silent Realm. Thankfully, this Silent Realm is laid out in such a way that we can essentially make a giant circle as we collect the tears and make our way back to the entrance. These trials are very ideal for speedrunning, as the tears will actually restore our stamina as we collect them. This is Waking Water. I do not want to touch the Waking Water, for it will wake up the Guardians and put me in serious danger. Therefore, I shall traverse over the log to avoid waking the water. And the Guardians. One of my previous attempts earlier today died with such a death, and it was very tragic. Rest in peace, run number 934. I have collected this light fruit so as to restore my stamina, so that I may walk across this bridge very fast, and now it will not matter if I collect any more light fruit. I do not want to get caught by this Watcher, though. Thankfully, the small error that I made back with one of the previous tiers does not matter, since I would have had to wait for this waking water cycle to go down anyway. My visit with Nerds and Mega was very good. We went to Disneyland, and Mega really liked Space Mountain. I'm sure Mega now accepts Space Mountain Fast Passes as donations, if you so wish to give him one. Thank you for all thou luck, Half-Jace. Though I believe the correct term is thy, for someone else, and thou for oneself, if I remember correctly. Though I may be wrong. If someone who knows about ancient talking could correct me. Alright, excellent. We are 31.5 seconds ahead now. Thank you very much, Betty Ged. I was not expecting the stream to go on this long either. But as I said earlier, I felt particularly stupid tonight, so I decided to do another any percent run. And commentate it in such a way that hopefully people would really, really like it. I do not normally talk like this, no. But judging from how surprised people are, I may just upload this to YouTube anyway, no matter what happens. Now, my friends, it is time for us to enter into Skyview 2, for we need the special water that it contains. Unfortunately, it is not possible to collect this water the first time around, which is why we must come here now. For this time, instead of using a bomb to die, I shall run into this Quadrobaba and fall to the ground. Life draining from Link's body as he falls and passes out. The game over screen flicking up. Me pressing continue and then reset. To once again spawn Link onto the title screen. Link is nothing more than zeros and ones in this complex program that can be exploited with the reset button. And I am his master who changes his coordinates at will. Or I need to teleport him deep into Skyview to serve my purposes. So now we have once again teleported deep into the Skyview Temple. But the room is not loaded correctly, so I must save and quit out so that the room reloads proper. I am still only at 2 hearts though, so I must not die. Death here would be tragic. For the run. Ah, excellent. I did not think that Skyward Strike would hit both of the Bokoblins, but it did. I was surprised. Can you not see the expression of shock on my face right now? I'm sure you can. And now we come to fight the Triple Stalfos. for which we shall be using bombs and skyward strikes to hopefully defeat swiftly. And thus the triple Stalfos has died. This is actually why we connect with the first heart container the first time we come here and fight Demon Lord Girahim. For if we did not touch the heart container the first time, it would respawn this time and waste 10 seconds. Now I shall waste all my stamina rolling here, and I will pick up water, which I will use later, but also to conveniently refill my stamina right now so that I may keep on rolling. Right here, I wish to not be healed by a fairy. But unfortunately, it looks like I was healed by a fairy. This is a tragic loss for the run, as this is going to waste both bomb count— wait, there was no fairy. I am surprised. Do you not see the surprise in my face for just a brief moment as I realized there was no fairy? For some reason, the fairy was much higher than I anticipated, something that I could not have foreseen. And now we shall exit the Skyview Temple, for we are done here. Back to the very cheery Faron Woods. For our next goal is to enter into the Ancient Cistern, but first, to remove the waterfall that guards the dungeon, we must talk to the Warden of the Faron Woods. I believe that is her name. The Water Dragon. It is actually faster to go up to the sky and then immediately come back down in to go to a different bird statue than it is to run across all of Faron Woods. This is why we obtained the statue earlier in the run for checking. It's also why it was convenient to push down this log earlier so we could run up it now. This is not the way to the Water Dragon, however. But thankfully this fence is so low that we can just simply jump slash up onto it with the correct angle. And then apparently side hop off in mistake. That was an error. But now we are out of bounds in Faron Woods, and we can go to Lake Floria from the back and skip having to spin through all of the stupid water tunnels that would await us from the other side. Pressing the C button so that we go into first person while entering loading zones. This will cancel our speed and make it so that we gain control quicker when we get to the other side. And now we visit the injured Water Dragon. For her, we collected the special water at the end of the Skyview Temple. This is also the longest cutscene in the Any Percent run, even though it is really 2 cutscenes stacked back to back, since the game does not normally expect you to have the water yet. But because we do, it lets the cutscene continue. Such thoughtful programming by the developers. Normally the first cutscene would end here, and now Link pours down the water and we get some very eerie music as the Water Dragon begins to heal herself. I will now stare at the camera while the eerie music plays. I am done staring at the camera. Thank you very much, El Twick, for the Tier 1 subscription. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the streams. And thank you very much for your generous support. What is very stupid about this waterfall is that it actually does not exist before you get the Water Dragon scale. It is possible to get here early and have there be no waterfall, but you cannot enter the Ancient Cistern, for it requires the Water Dragon scale to enter. This is a sad development, as this could potentially help the any % speedrun if there was a way in. Thank you very much for the good luck, viewer delighted. I'm glad that you are here to join us on this humble occasion of a D-Gen Skyward Sword any % speedrun. Now that we are in the Ancient Cistern, though, it is time to do stuff. First things first, I must get the whip. To get the whip, I need a small key, which I shall go to obtain by going through this door and through another series of rooms and water tunnels. I can skip a small cutscene by soling the sailcloth, right there. And since the lock on this puzzle is the same every time, I already know the solution. Thankfully, the spider did not get us. Those spiders can be very annoying, and it would be greatly agitating to see one get me here right now. Here, my friends, is our small key chest. It is almost possible to bomb boost to this key chest, but unfortunately it does not quite work. The cistern clip glitch that you so speak of, Equinox, or Equinox, I may have said that improperly. That glitch will only exist on the NTSC-U 1.0 version of the game, whereas the Japanese version is NTSC-J 1.1 or 1.2. Therefore, there is no cistern clip that I may perform on this version. I am now cracking my knuckles because it feels nice. This cutscene is rather useless, and I don't like the fact that it's here. Now, my friends, it is time for my favorite enemy in this game, the Stallmaster. Let us swiftly defeat him with many stabs and shield bashes. The first phase is over. Thankfully, he missed, and so I was able to get in 6 consecutive stabs without him hitting me. This was indeed a very good segment, despite the fact that we lost time, because the time that I had in my PB was actually my best time ever. So the fact that I'm losing time is not that good, but it is completely acceptable. And now it is time to die again, for this will respawn us at the beginning of the temple, and will save time over having to backtrack up the giant statue once more. Now it is time to go over to the left side of the temple. And using our whip, we can finally use it to overturn lily pads, as well as target faraway levers and take them down. We must be careful here to not bonk, otherwise we could lose a serious amount of air and begin losing hearts to drowning. This spider is very annoying. I must make sure not to target it, otherwise I will not be able to target the lever very fast. If I were to take damage here, it would actually not be an issue, for I will need to die again very shortly, once I get the dungeon boss key. I can side hop over here to skip that portion of the wall cylinder. And by targeting that spot right there, I can then immediately target the lever and use the whip on it. Normally, the game will expect me to whip across the target, and then fly over to the lever. This spider is going to grab me. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do about that spider grabbing me. Thank you very much for the good luck, Steadfast. Now I can stand on the edge of this lily pad without the spider hitting me, as long as I shoot the beetle off quick enough, so that I don't have to fly as long with the beetle if I were on the regular platform back at the end of the room. I can then whip the Bokoblin for the small key from all the way over here, which normally would not be possible, as his walking cycle would go to the other side. And thank you for the good luck, W. You have a very nice username. Thank you for the good luck as well, Mr. Blues. I shall be sure to use it wisely. Ooh, now it's time for this room. This room can be very interesting from time to time. Thankfully, that spider is nowhere near us, so I don't have to deal with him. I should be far back enough to lower myself into the hole right now. Yes. And I can spin through this tunnel while avoiding the Froaks. Ooh, the spider almost got me, but I thankfully juked him away. I'm going to wait before jump slashing onto this lily pad so I get a good cycle that makes me reach the top of that platform after I jump off. If not, I would have had to grab it and go through the very slow climbing animation. This spider is in a very inconvenient spot, but thankfully we were able to avoid it as well. And now, my friends, we make the statue descend. So much so that it now covers the boss key, but also gives us access to the cistern basement. Because I have 6 hearts, I will be taking some damage here. Thankfully, there are 2 levels I can take damage on. Although I almost forgot to turn that. That would have been bad. Actually, no, it wouldn't have. That just would have been slow. Now I only have 2 hearts and I have equipped my bombs. And now I shall clip into the statue so that I may obtain the boss key. Using a high flip and a side hop down, I can get under the statue and make my way to the boss key. Though we have the boss key, it is actually very tricky to get out of here. I must die in a very specific spot at the edge of the room if I wish to respawn at the beginning of the temple. Otherwise, I will respawn down in the basement, and that would lose me 1 minute, which would be tragic. Thankfully, though, my position was indeed correct. I can pick up water right here. Maybe. Where is the water? There it is. The water was very finicky today. I do not like that. I am speedrunning Skyward Sword any percent this late at night, all the while talking in this voice for some reason. I don't know why, but it is what I decided to do with my time today. And I hope you all are having an anxiety-free and relaxing evening as you listen in if you so choose to do so. Yes, it is quite unusual for me to be streaming at this late hour. Usually I am in my bed, wasting time on the internet as I wait to fall asleep, or playing Splatoon 2, or playing Fortnite. But tonight I have decided to do Skyward Sword any percent. I do not know, Steadfast. That is an excellent question that I shall research once this run is over. Thank you very much for the good luck, EMP16. Yes, the voice and the camera are both delayed by the exact same amount, so as to be accustomed to the delay of the capture card. Now it is time to fight Koloktos. The first part of the battle will proceed normally, with him trying to knock me down with one arm at a time. During this next part with two arms, though, I'm hoping that he immediately tries to open up. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and this is now bad RNG. Please open up. You did not open up. Stop doing this to me. Thank you, Koloktos. Unfortunately, that was not very good Koloktos RNG. However, using two bombs, I can deal a massive amount of damage to Koloktos. And therefore, we have finished the first phase of the fight in a single cycle, instead of two. I have not tried Fortnite on the Nintendo Switch, no. Now the second phase begins. Meant to be more menacing than the first phase, it actually is much shorter, as we'll soon see. For we can take Koloktos' own sword and use it against him. We pick it up with our mighty Hylian strength and cut out his feet from under him, slashing the jail that normally holds his weak point. And with a Skyward Strike, we can stab him in the heart. 2 Skyward Strikes, ending him permanently. The Skyward Strike does a rather large amount of damage in this instance for whatever reason. And thus what would normally be a 3-cycle fight is reduced to 1. And now our final heart container of the run that we will obtain spawns in. Unfortunately, due to the water and the bad Koloktos RNG, we will not be saving any time here. I do need this heart container, though. I did not mean to slash my sword right there. That was another error. My neck seems longer than usual. How long would you like it? I take length requests. Actually, I don't. Ignore that. Thank you, Water Dragon, for allowing us access to the ancient cistern, but we must now part that we have Furore's Flame and a slightly increased sword length. Now, my friends, it is time for us to once again fly through the sky like a free bird on a summer day. We shall be heading off towards the Thunderhead, where we will be learning Lanayru's wisdom. Or excuse me, Nehru's wisdom. I misspoke once again. Despite the fact that we're not heading directly toward the Thunderhead right now, going through this zipper and then turning around to face the Thunderhead is actually faster. These zippers save more time than you may think. However, we must be careful, for if we drift too close, we may end up spawning a tornado. But it looks like we will be okay. Since I have 9 hearts right now, it would not be bad for me to take some damage on the Skytails that roam around inside the Thunderhead. However, it does not matter, for I can also take damage at later points. Those two Skytails looked like they were going to attack me. Thankfully, I was able to evade away in time. As getting attacked by Skytails does end up slowing you down just a little bit. Rolling into that crawl space is very fast, for simply going into it in the crawling animation is actually very slow. Welcome back, Celespi. I hope your sleep was harmonious. I hope that your dreams filled you with hope. That was a very weird sentence to say out loud. And so now it is time that we must go to the Lanayru region and begin seeking out the Sand Ship. But before that, we must go and obtain the claw shots and perform yet again another harp cancel. That was very unfortunate for the Skytail, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is always faster when flying with a Loftwing to begin your flight with a flap instead of immediately using your wing charges, because the flap will instantly get you to full speed, faster than a charge can, surprisingly. This is until you get the spiral charge, at which point it becomes faster to do a spiral charge first. The trial gate for the Lanayru Silent Realm is located in the north, so that is where we must drop. Amidst the mist and butterflies in front of us, we shall do another harp cancel to hopefully skip another Fi singing cutscene. Once again, pressing B as the last pedal falls, and strumming for it so that we may activate the trial gate, but skip the Fi cutscene. Let us perform it now. Excellent. Ah yes, the Silent Realm. Such a peaceful abode of soothing colors, where one's inner strengths, wisdoms, and powers and courages are tested. Of course, this time our wisdom will be tested. But thankfully, we know the solution to wisdom. So we will start off with a roll and hop to the left. Thankfully, the floating guardians are very slow, so they will have no chance of catching us. Must be careful not to touch the waking water here, so we must delay pushing the cart by a little bit to ensure that we do not touch the waking water. While it does not particularly put us in any danger, it does waste a few seconds. And in Skyward Sword, a few seconds can be a large amount of time, depending on the circumstance. Or in this 5-hour game, all of the small optimizations matter a lot more than you might think. Now we will hopefully not get caught as we run through the minefield of Watchers over here. Being careful not to roll at the end, so that we would trigger the last Watcher sooner. Unlike the Farron Silent Realm, we cannot exactly do this one in a circle of sorts. It's more of like a twisted figure 8. The Silent Realm has been rerouted many times in the game's history. There were probably at least 7 different routes used in the any% speedruns over the ages that this game has been out. Each one very slightly faster and different from the last. I want a small hop right here that I did not get, for Link's stunned animation right there is very slow. Will I be able to run around this guy? No, he's going the other way. Actually, though. Oh, that is very unfortunate, my friends. I could have avoided getting caught altogether, but it's fine. As that would have saved me some time. And now the last tier we come to embrace is right here. I shall wait for this Watcher to turn around before I make my exit. Making sure to roll into the center, or fail rolling into the center. Rolling into the center would have skipped that very slow walking animation and saved me perhaps another second or so. However, thankfully we were able to save much time on the Clawshots segment, due to the fact that my previous personal best did not use the harp cancelling technique. Now that we have proven our wisdom and obtained the double claw shots, we may trek past Lanayru. Forgive me for I misspoke. We may trek past Lanayru and enter into our quest to the Sand Sea and finding the Sand Ship, which holds Nehru's flame. There is a stamina fruit over the wall right here that I will obtain, so that I do not run out as I run over here onto the floor below the sand. Getting a two-handed grab to save 2 frames over a one-handed grab, which unfortunately is just RNG. With some precise positioning, I can cancel the claw shot halfway through and land on this ground that I want to land on. It is here that we meet a Goron who shall very nicely give us a small key so that we may enter the Sand Sea. I was not born in 1986, I was born in 1998. I'm very sorry that you feel old. Alpha Ketchup, forgive me. What matters is not why I am speaking like this, but the fact of the matter is that I am doing it now, and I will do it for the rest of this run. Why I am doing this is irrelevant. Now we meet Skipper. Quite the lively young robot. He's going to force us into his boat and make us do menial chores for him so that we may find the sand ship. His text is very interesting, as most of it contains ellipses at the end, which I must keep track of to know when to cancel the text box. Skyward Sword is quite interesting in that regard, in that I have to sort of subconsciously memorize how long each text box is. For in this game, you cannot simply mash the A button to make text go fast. You must hold it down so that it scrolls faster, and then cancel it as soon as the text box ends. Now it is time for us to go sailing the Sand Sea. First, we will make a short trip to Skipper's Retreat, where we shall find the ancient sea chart, which will reveal to us the other small, square half-mile of this ocean that we so need to ride around in. I have indeed been streaming for 10 hours. It's been quite an adventurous 10 hours. And Stay Hydrated Bot has not reminded me to stay hydrated, so I must hydrate myself. Skipper's Retreat is a true test of how well one can aim the claw shot, and how well they can keep P-hats in cycle on and off screen. If done correctly, we will be able to save about 1 second here, because my personal best run did this rather well. Here I shall take damage so I can explode this bomb quicker. As I will need to die later on again, taking damage is not a bad thing. Now we shall go up the P-hats and the clawshot medallions, making our way higher and higher. Running around this moblin because he serves no purpose. Hoping that the Phoenix behind us does not happen to shoot fire at a bad interval. He looks like he will be fine. Indeed. The Phoenix has been defeated. I must keep track of the P-hat in the background right there, for it is important that it remain on a very specific cycle. I do not know if it will be okay now, but we're going to find out anyway. Unfortunately, I missed that. I'm attempting to skip having to cut down this Deku Baba. And it looks like the Peahat cycle here will be alright. If I can grab onto it. This may be very bad. Alright, we have avoided the fire. Which would have been very bad if it hit us. Using the Gust Bellows, we shall unveil the chest over here, which contains the Ancient Sea Chart. And despite the fact that we lost time, this is actually okay. Because this split is very difficult to keep up with. This music is very sobering. It reminds us of times gone by. Better times when the world didn't have to worry about being saved by a hero clad in green. Controlled by someone who for some reason decided to speak strangely that night in a purple Twitch shirt and blue lounge pants. One who took damage as he fell down in a jump slash. And then took this contraption back down to Skipper. Now we must perform the longest sailing section before we enter into the sand ship. This section goes from Skipper's Retreat all the way over to the Ancient Harbor, otherwise known as Ancient Disneyland for its roller coasters. To get started speedrunning Zelda games, I would advise you to go to zelda.speedruns.com. There you will find links to Discord servers for each respective Zelda game that you may wish to start speedrunning. You can ask for advice on how to start, and those who lurk in those Discord servers will be able to tell you what to do. That is not a Zelda speedrunning Discord server. That Discord server is my own Discord server, which Granolance has asked for, so there you go, Granolance. Why yes, I can get closer to the microphone. How close would you like me to be? What desires shall I fulfill by being close? How much vanity will I ensue upon you? We shall equip the shield here for later use. Normally I do not like having the shield out, for it gets in the way of attempting to do rolls from a standstill at times. Also, Link is very energetic and likes to dance right here. So I hope you will all enjoy his dancing as he goes up the lift hill and then falls down, leaning into the curves as to keep his momentum good. As I have said to many tonight, Slap, what matters is not why I am doing this, but simply the fact that I am, and that it will last for the rest of the run, however long that may be. I will agree that this roller coaster is not as good as Space Mountain. Right here we're going to jump to conserve momentum. Jumping naturally without... or excuse me, I misspoke. Jumping manually conserves momentum over jumping automatically. And we will be doing once more later as well. Up here, the game will attempt to trick us with direction, but because I know the trick, I know that I am prepared for it and will lean the proper way. Right here we do an auto jump, and then right afterwards we do a manual jump to get more distance and conserve our speed. All before entering into the backside of the harbor, where Skipper's ship was once repaired. Unfortunately, this is a giant waste of time, as we will soon come to find out. For in here lurks another Moldarak. One that has the exact same health as before, but with which I can use the claw shots to stun repeatedly. Unfortunately, I missed right there. And just like our first Moldarak battle, with 4 stabs the beast goes down, not even getting a chance to dig under the sand. With its death, we now leave. It looks like the Stay Hydrated bot has attempted to warn us that we must have drank 1.20 liters of water to maintain optimum hydration. Stay Hydrated bot has been slacking. Currently, I'm using an Elgato Game Capture HD. My HD Pro 60 unfortunately does not work very well anymore, so I must revert. Also, thank you very much for the 2 green bits, Apple Guy. Your generous contribution has been noted, and you have my sincerest thanks. Yes, the sum of best segments is indeed accurate, and in fact, it can be lower. Lowered still by the new Gould cutscene skip in the Fire Sanctuary, saving 28 seconds on the Japanese version and 44 seconds on English. Other languages are irrelevant. Ever so slightly pinching the gap between Japanese and English. Now the English version is only 11.5 minutes behind Japanese. Thank you for your kind compliments, Nupper Z. The purpose of conducting this endeavor so formally has no purpose. What matters is that I am doing it, not that it serves any particular purpose. It serves whatever purpose you as a viewer wish it to serve. For you are the shaper of your own destiny. The purpose of whatever you see is yours to claim. We shall be running past all these enemies, since it does not matter if we kill them or not, including this Beamos, which we can just walk right past. We will attempt to platform across here as fast as possible, though sometimes doing this can be tricky, as I just displayed. That was an unfortunate loss of time. There we go, that is better. Alright. I can equip the whip to instantly drop the time shift orb. And then pick it up once again. I have unfortunately not eaten all of my cookies. There is still half a box left, which I shall probably not eat right now. The Discord server is not sub-only. However, the only reason it was created was so that subscribers could use their emotes in Discord if they so pleased to. This jump slash right here skips a very small cutscene. That is very unfortunate. Thankfully, I was able to escape that potential catastrophe. Taking damage is thankfully not much of an issue. We are all slowly going crazy, Angry Gamer, and thank you for the good luck. Christopher Lee. That's a name I haven't seen in quite a while. You give me such glee as you enter in with style. Thank you very much for the blue rupee, the Nintendo nuisance. And thank you for the good luck, Martauf. For here, I shall break slide across the sand, making sure to keep my maximum speed as I go through. You usually watch quietly from the shadows. I see. That makes sense for the one known as Christopher Lee. I do not wish to think up more rhymes right now as I go to find the sand ship. Especially because nothing rhymes with the word sand ship that I can think of. Sand ship has been struck down, and now we may enter. However, we will be losing time since we fell in the platforming room in the Pirate's Fortress, unfortunately. you like my glasses? Thank you very much. Hope that was not too dark. My eyes are rather hazel-colored, if anybody was curious. Once again, another luck with a predetermined puzzle that I know how to solve. And I can equip bombs as I open the door to instantly place one down before opening the chest. I have glasses because I am nearsighted, but I usually do not wear them on stream. But maybe I don't have glasses at all. Maybe this is but only a dream. Now we find a lone pirate who we have to fight. You think this is going to rhyme, and it's not. Sorry. Sounds like a very appropriate flan do-what-not. Surprisingly, I actually shield bashed at the correct time right there. Off with you, you scurvy scum. Dissipate into the sand sea and never return. Ever. We have saved exactly 120 frames. And now it is time for us to do the rest of the sand ship. Let us roll about. Whenever the splits are green, I am on pace for a PB. Thy does not wrong warp to demise because there is no wrong warp to demise. If such wrong warp exists, please let it be known. Yes, we are on pace for PB. Whenever you see a minus in front of the time, that means that I am ahead of my splits. This game does have wrong warps, actually. Surprising it may be to hear. Unfortunately, we can't access any of them because they're too far out of bounds. Which is very unfortunate. Or there's one that would save 10 minutes if we could access it. Right there, I decided to die really far out of bounds, because it would respawn me here at this statue. And so now I may leave the sand ship and return. This will reset the time shift stone, so that I do not have to climb the mast to go and release it. Doing a deathless run of this game would unfortunately waste many minutes, since death is such an integral part to the back-in-time exploit, which is used pretty much everywhere in the run. Now these Technoblins are going to get bored and leave us alone, as they can't see me behind the box. I am currently 20 years old. And it is true, the 86 does not make any sense, but it doesn't have to. I missed. That was quite an unfortunate miss. Now I have one less arrow to use. Though we just opened access to that generator, we're not yet going to go there. Instead, we will hit a time shift stone to turn the entire ship to the past. And then we will activate both generators at once. Looks like all the keys are joining us today. Unfortunately, my bow shot missed. My bow shot still missed. Should take more time to line it up. There we go. Now I shall take some more damage, putting me down to 2 hearts. I will now collect this green rupee, which is okay. Apparently I will not collect the green rupee. That is surprising, considering where it landed. Now we can go activate the other generator. This Technoblin is very slow, so thankfully he will not be able to kill us. Now we must make our way to the generator room, where hopefully we will get the early cycle. Normally we take a ladder down, but we can side hop out instead. And skip having to climb the ladder. This run is not on world record pace. Not as far as I can see, at least. I must be quick here if I am to make the early cycle. Everything looks good so far. Yes. We have successfully made the early cycle. And so we will not lose time here. I do not want to lose my stamina here, though, for I'd like to be able to use it once I immediately get out. Thank you very much, Lair8, for the 100 bits. And I believe someone subscribed earlier, if I am not mistaken. Let me thank that person. Thank you very much, Granolans, for gifting your Royal Freshness 117 a Tier 1 subscription. And thank you very much for supporting the channel. And thank you very much for the 2 bits, Obstinate Bison. Once again, we must die to go back to the beginning of the sand ship. For this will make it easier for us to get to the captain's cabin. Thank you very much, W, for the Twitch Prime subscription. We are now in the captain's cabin where the boss key resides, and hopefully we shall get it swiftly. Indeed, I hope you have fun playing with the emotes. That room was done rather well. And now it is time for us to obtain Boss Key. It is very unfortunate, actually. It is possible for us to use a glitch to teleport into this room early, but due to how the loading of the dungeon works, the Boss Key chest is not here. Otherwise, we would save about 5 minutes of time. It is truly tragic, and makes me very sad. Yes, this entire run is played with a Wii controller. As you can see right here. And thank you very much, DopeXDCS, for gifting X-Hydraz a Tier 1 subscription. I hope you enjoy your sub, Hydraz. Thank you very much, Granolans, for gifting another subscription, this time to Duat Ot. I hope you definitely enjoy your subscription, Duat Ot. And thank you for the miscellaneous bits, Obstinate Bison. Now it is time for us to fight the tentacle monster. Which is rather unfortunate since it looks more like an unused Monsters, Inc. model. We can use a Skyward Strike here to cut through both tentacles instead of having to use the bow. Thank you very much, Mr. Mama92. For gifting a Tier 1 subscription to the Twitch user MyBigBalls. Now it is time to shoot the tentacles with the bow. Unfortunately, I missed, so I will have to do it again. This is okay, though, as long as I can get a drop on the outside once I get arrow drops. Now it is time to hopefully have a Skyward Strike go over the edge and hit a tentacle. For this would save much time. There we go. Unfortunately, now I missed one. The first cycle here is very slow. Thankfully, I only need to hit 3 tentacles, since I already hit the one off the edge. Now Tantalus is going to spawn off of this side, for the first cycle of the first phase of the fight. Like any normal Zelda boss, his weak point is always the giant eye that resides out in plain view for some weirdly unevolutionary reason. As if these games are determined by no logic whatsoever, and serve only as a fantasy, much like real life itself. I missed again. My aim today has not been the greatest. Thank you, WSCJs, for gifting a Tier 1 subscription to Rihanna Was Here. Enjoy your subscription, Rihanna Was Here. Excellent. We have full capacity of arrows now. And we must hit the eye one more time. That was a wasted arrow shot, unfortunately. Such a lovely night it is tonight. Don't you agree, my friends? Skyward Sword, one of the better Zelda games, being speedrun. Such a calming night. Unfortunately, due to our missed arrow shots, we will be losing some time here once we finish the boss fight, which is rather unfortunate. Right here, however, I'm going to intentionally jump into the water, so that I shall respawn here and be able to hit the eye before the little maggots come in to try and get me. And with that, Tantalus has been defeated. I now have time to eat a cinnamon cookie. Well, it's time to hydrate more. This cutscene takes a rather long while. Now we leave the depressing, desolate wasteland of the Sand Sea, and seek to test our trials of power at the Eldin Volcano once more. The Eldin Volcano is a tricky place, and damage here is tight. I will have to be careful. It is actually faster to turn around and go to the zipper that is behind us, so that we may enter into the Thunderhead once more. Once again, these zippers give much more speed than you may think they do. We do not want to take damage from any of the Sky Tails here, for that would be bad. And now it is time for our final trip to the Island of Songs, so that we may learn Din's power. I am glad you are comfy, Flurfulls. Once again, we get Zelda's head as a dowsing option. Only because we skipped the cutscene that was after the linear mining facility when we obtained the harp. Now we must go to Eldin, in search of the trial that will grant us the Fire Shield earrings, which thankfully happens to be very close to a bird statue. Eldin is off to the left here once we exit the western side of the map. There's a very obvious zipper that we will be taking, however we cannot travel directly toward it at first, otherwise a tornado will spawn in front of it and we will not be able to enter, losing many seconds. First we make the tornado spawn to the left, and then we make one spawn to the right, so that there is a clear path in the center for us to enter the zipper. Why this commentary is happening now is not important, as I have stressed time and time again. What is important is that it is happening. And nothing more. Once again, we shall be doing a harp cancel here, or at least attempting to. Excellent. We have successfully executed the harp cancel and have saved 25 seconds. This trial and Silent Realm, like Lanayru, unfortunately cannot be completed in simply a circle. We must take many branching paths. Forgive me for I misspoke. Thank you very much for the 21 bits, Trail. Once again, we exit the trial gates. We activate all of the Guardians at once. However, collecting a tear makes them go silent and passive. And once again, the peaceful state of this eternity shall prevail. But only for 90 seconds at a time, unfortunately, until all the tears have been collected. At which point it remains peaceful forever, as long as one is careful to not awaken the Guardians once more. We shall side hop to avoid this Watcher as we slide down the mountain. This branch being completed with its 3 tiers. We can side hop down to this floating platform right here and make our way across the bones. This cycle is going to be very sketchy, but we were able to make it, thankfully. We got the shoulder grab, which was very nice. That was very bad stamina management. That is very unfortunate. I hate it when I make that particular mistake. It feels very dirty. And like a mistake that should not be made. But you must get onto the tightrope at a specific spot if you wish to actually get on. I do not know if I will make this cycle, but I guess we shall find out. It looks like we shall, yes. As long as the rest of the trial is nice, we will still be able to save a little bit of time. Now it is time for us to climb to the highest point of the Silent Realm that we can access, and collect the remaining tears on the way down. We must access 2 different slopes here to get both tears. However, thankfully we can do them both in one trip instead of needing to take 2, as that would be very slow. The vent cycle here is not like the one in the regular overworld. It is indefinite and will always be blasting wind at full force. Now only 1 red tear remains before we can make our way back and have the Fire Shield earrings in our possession. We got a very big jump there, which is nice. Now that we have collected all the tears, we can make our way back, making sure to roll into the center of the gate and skip the very slow walking animation. Unfortunately, that world record is incorrect. I forgot to update it on Moobot earlier today. My favorite speed game is the Wind Waker HD. Now we can use a bomb and blow it up, so that we may first blow up the rocks faster and take an appropriate amount of damage. Yes, Skyward Sword does have glitches, sometimes to the shock of many. This loading zone specifically we want to enter with no stamina, as we'll be able to skip this cutscene faster for some strange reason. It saves about 10 frames. I'm not sure why I got a small hop there. That's happened a few times before as well, and I don't understand why it happens. It is now time for us to hydrate some thirsty boys. There are two we must hydrate at first, both with small bottles of water. The second thirsty boy has been hydrated. Thank you very much for the good luck, Orion49. Unfortunately, this big thirsty boy right here cannot be hydrated with simply a small bottle of water. So we must go back to Farron and collect the basin if we wish to water it. I am also a thirsty boy right now, so I shall drink. As we fly to Farron, I am reminded of the fact that it is almost possible to skip this trip and the water basin entirely. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out. It would if we were able to jump just a little bit farther, for we can use back in time to get out of bounds, and almost get to collision that would allow us to enter the Fire Sanctuary early. But alas, the collision does not extend far enough for Link to jump into the loading zone. And thus, it is tragic, and I am sad. I must make sure not to purposely talk to the water basin right there. Otherwise, Fi will have this giant spiel about it that I don't want to listen to and is not required for the run. If you'd like to know how long the stream is, you may type !uptime. This is Scrapper. He's a robot that we never fixed. Yet he still comes to aid us, which is very thankful for him. And for us. Because of the early Thunderhead sequence break, we skipped the entire quest of needing to fix Scrapper. Thankfully, he still works. That was an unfortunate bonk. The biggest breakthrough in this game for speedrunning would be a theoretical skip known as Song of the Hero skip. There's 1 hour during this any percent run where I will spend time collecting the Song of the Hero. However, there may be some precise and unknown way to spawn in the trial gate that the Song of the Hero normally leads to. However, if there is, it has not been figured out yet, and thus I am sad. For Song of the Hero skip would save 50 minutes, almost certainly, forgive me. And this game would get closer to the sub 4 hour mark. If we could jump slightly farther, we'd be able to save perhaps 30 minutes to an hour on other unrelated things. Though that does depend on how far the jump specifically is. If we could do Twilight Princess-style long jump attacks, then this game would be much shorter. At this point, we would normally need to escort Scrapper up the mountain. But we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to fly back out. And then fly back into the Elden region. And select the bird statue that's in front of the Fire Sanctuary instead. Fi is going to complain to us that we left Scrapper in Elden. Normally, there's a Fi text trigger that prevents you from being able to get Scrapper into here. But we're going to get around that with some bit warping shenanigans. Oh no. He died. Such a sad fate for Link that he has already done 13 times previously in this run. I will now spawn on the title screen. Selecting File 2 so I open the Upper Academy gates, which will allow me to get to the Upper Academy statue for a bit warp. I must make sure to stand to the left of the statue, otherwise I could potentially soft lock once this gets performed. Now with the claw shots, I can go over here. And unfortunately die. So sad. I meant to do a shield bash to block the Lizalfos. It is okay though. For we can try again, though it will be very slow. Our shield has burned away. But don't worry. Our shield will return shortly once we reload our save file. For you see, we saved while our shield was still on us, so the fact that we died with no shield is of no concern. Let us once again go to the Upper Academy statue and make sure that we are far enough to the left. And once we respawn in, we will see that our shield is intact, unburnt. This time we will not let the Lizalfos prevail. And he didn't want to attack us anyway. If only he had done that last time. After going in and out of the loading zones, Scrapper is now here with us, and we have skipped the whole escort mission. Though with our death, this was likely slower, unfortunately. Normally this segment is rather easy, but my unfortunate clumsiness with the Wii Remote caused me to stab the Bokoblin, or excuse me, the Lizalfos, when I meant to shield bash him. We are unfortunately behind by a large amount now, but it is still possible to come back from this. If I can play well. There is indeed a new cutscene skip that was found only yesterday, that I will hopefully be able to perform here, as it saves 28 seconds. I also have 6 hearts, which is very safe. Those archers have terrible aim. Ah, thank you. He broke my pot for me. What a nice bokoblin. Stay hydrated, bot is back. Thank you for your reminder, stay hydrated, bot. Just see if I can do this. I can. We have just skipped the cutscene with the old Magma, and we have saved 28 seconds over my personal best. Now I shall trek through Fire Sanctuary with 6 hearts for the first half. Taking damage would not be that big of a deal, thankfully. And I got trolled by the Magmanos. That is very unfortunate. Now I must load him in again. No, you don't. Shut up. Go away. Oof. He almost got me. Thankfully, I do not trust that bokoblin whenever he starts to shoot. We have collected the lizard tail. And thankfully we have avoided the cutscene for it. Normally in this room, the game would like me to use a bomb flower hidden in a passageway, but I'm going to use my own bomb instead. With some precise beetle flying, we can make it all the way over here to blow up those rocks. That saves about 5 seconds. Make sure to kill the spumes so that I do not get jinxed with their curses. The bokoblins will notice me, but they won't hit me. Just due to how their shots line up with where my position is. This Magma is unfortunately in trouble. And I will be helping him soon. But first I need a small key. Our unfortunate loss of time earlier was due to me accidentally stabbing instead of shield blocking Elizalfos. It was my fault entirely, as I should have been able to react correctly. And it was deeply tragic for the state of this run. We can cheese this room ever so slightly with a jump attack onto the thirsty boy up there. And now, my friends, it is time for the double Magmanos room. A room that has mended any runs of mine. A room that has ended many runs of mine. Forgive me for English is difficult. That is not the hand position I'd hoped to have. Excellent. I was able to adapt to that rather well. And by calling Phi right here, I can successfully cancel what would normally be the cutscene of the Magma talking to me. Thankfully, we will be saving some time here. Mostly due to the new Magma cutscene skip that I got, which saved me 28 seconds. But due to some other errors, we will not be saving 28 seconds entirely. Now that we have the Magma Myths, I'm once again going to commit suicide, so that I may respawn at the beginning of the Fire Sanctuary, and begin with some serious shenanigans. We have died once again, so that we may activate back in time once more. This will be the final bit warp of the run, and may leave many confused as to what exactly is happening. Like the previous one we did, this one requires us to be to the left of the statue if it is to work. For the wrong position will soft lock us and end the run. Such tranquil music plays in the background here over such a nervous segment. I fear that I may be too far back with my position. Which doesn't matter that much, but I could save 3 seconds with the exact precise position, and I did. With that, I can simply backflip into this unloaded room and reload the one that I previously spawned in. The jump slash, I can get around that pillar and make my way down to the mouth over here. Thankfully not losing any hearts in the process. Now I must face these 2 cursed Lizalfos. Surprisingly, neither of them shielded. That was a very odd pattern from both of them, and I did not entirely know how to react. Unfortunately, we lost a few seconds because of that, but it is okay. Now we are at the mercy of the cursed Keese, and whether or not they decide to hit us. I should hope not. Well, that was a lot of damage. This is still manageable, thankfully. But now, we have a true test of RNG waiting for us. For beneath the ground here lies a Moldorm. A sickening creature who likes to end runs at the will of the Lord RNGesus himself. Whom hopefully will have blessed us in this particular instance so that we may continue this run and the commentary. I will hope that the Moldorm goes down and then up again, and I will wait for a few seconds here. Make sure that he does not go out of where I want him to be. He is going down, and he should hopefully go to the right. Very good. Now I'm hoping that he travels upwards, and not towards me. Very good. Now I shall hopefully bait him away. Unfortunately, that did not work, but we can still make this work. As he's going to bash his head into the wall, and I can get him from behind. We only have 1 heart now for the boss of the dungeon. I will be safety saving here, just in case I do happen to perish at the hands of Girahim the Sword Licker. Thankfully, they have included a bird statue right here that we may use to save. That key was a little difficult to put in. Now we shall see how long it takes for us to best Gira him in this instance. The second phase of this fight is unfortunately somewhat dependent on RNG. Thankfully, I've done the first phase rather correctly. Unfortunately, though, we're starting off with some bad RNG. No, you don't. As the battle progresses on, I must make sure to keep on moving Gira around the arena so that he does not teleport away, which would be very slow. You may use my talking to sleep if you so wish. You may find it helpful in your endeavor. We saved 13 seconds on that pitiful segment. So much more time could have been saved, but alas, it was not to be. Once again, holding Z to gain immediate control of Link, and skip a 2-second walking animation coming out of the Fire Sanctuary. This run still has an hour and 20 minutes left, roughly. Perhaps a little bit more. 50 minutes of this would be skipped if we could skip the Song of the Hero alone. Unfortunately, my friends, it is now time for us to fight the Imprisoned. A fight that many dislike. Some even turning away from the game entirely once they realized they had to do it multiple times. But fear not, we shall dispose of Mr. Waggletoes very quickly. We will seal his spike into the ground and make sure he does not rise again. You may have noticed that when we came here, the dreadful music was already playing and the ground was shaking. That was still the first Imprisoned battle trying to break out. But once we charged our Skyward Strike, we overwrote the first imprisoned fight with the second one, skipping the first one entirely. It was quite a marvelous feat, being able to skip the imprisoned fight. Unfortunately, we must still do the second and third ones. But we shall hopefully make quick progress of these two. We will also be on 1 heart for the next 20 minutes, so you better get used to the beeping. We chop off his fingers so that this vent may rise us up to the top level. The upper level. From here, we can jump onto his head immediately. 2 spins, and a jump slash in the air. Normally, the imprisoned will try to throw us off. But alas, this does not work. We remain up top. Again with another jump slash. On top we shall remain. Tricking the imprisoned at its own game. I'm not sure how I felt about that rhyme. And I can backflip off right to the center, so that I will be able to charge up a Skyward Strike immediately and hit the ceiling spike to begin the next sequence. The Wii Remote is also going to begin vibrating right now. Such a calming noise. Now we put in the 4-stroke symbol. The ceiling spike, ready to be resealed into the ground. Except it puts in the wrong image. Only a single triangle instead of the 2 that we just made. A weird oddity of being able to skip the first imprisoned fight. Bruce, you were useless. Why are you still here? We did not need to use you at all during the fight. Bruce will be useful during the 3rd imprisoned fight, but not right now. All he did during that fight was grunt in the background. I do, in fact, give him credit for the emotional support. This is true. Now we must go and get the true Master Sword, and then begin our quest for the Song of the Hero.
Hey!
Right here we can bonk without losing time, so we receive more swag points for doing so. And since we already have the Life Tree Seedling, we can plant it now, instead of having to make an extra detour here in the route. Such is the time save that comes with early Life Tree Seedling. Now we have returned to the present. Another Impa is in the light right there, but it's hard to see. There are actually 2 Impas here in the room right now. Now Groose calls us over, showing us that he has hope. We tell him Zelda's okay, and now he begins to say that maybe we could plant a tree right here where this other one already is, though. I don't know what he's thinking. He's probably crazy. It's very weird that he thinks there isn't a tree right there. I can stab the fruit to obtain it. It is now time for the last back in time of the run. No more back in times will be performed after this one. And this one is simply a bit warp back to Skyloft. I'm going to save on Skyloft and then start my file. And this will save all the backtracking that would be necessary to get to Skyloft. Now we're going to go buy an air potion with the red rupee that we obtained in the ancient cistern. This air potion will greatly help during the Tadtone section of the run. Now we must go talk to the headmaster. For him and his bookcase have interesting things to say. We also must choose the left door when opening sets of double doors, as the animation is shorter. By about 20 frames. This is the headmaster. We begin to ask him about the Triforce. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much to say. However, then his bookcase beckons us over. And with its encyclopedic knowledge, the bookcase actually does know where the Triforce resides, and tells us to go visit the Sky Whale, in the Japanese version named Narisha, for some reason. And this professor just happens to know where Narisha is, otherwise known as Levias in the English version of the game. From this professor, we will be learning the Spiral Charge, which I will hopefully be able to complete with more than 70 seconds remaining on the clock. I don't know why the left door animation is shorter, it just is. That's just how they programmed the game. How they programmed the animations. To make it look natural, I suppose. Let us break 10 targets in hopefully only 50 seconds. If we do it correctly. Hopefully we do not get juked by this bird right here, and we did not. So that was good. That was an excellent game. With 73 seconds remaining on the clock. My best ever is 74. Now we must head off to the Lumpy Pumpkin and retrieve soup that Levias will like, and it will bring him out. Once again, obviously taking the zipper that's right in front of our path. Unfortunately, getting this soup is rather slow, and we must go through lots of text to make it happen. But the fight with Levias will be worth it, I assure you. Because you're never going to see the fight happen anyway. Heart containers are not mandatory in this game, but we pick some up for specific damage strategies that we must use, and for general safety. It is actually faster to pick up the very first heart container, otherwise you must watch it spawn in twice throughout the entirety of the game. Yes, the Japanese text is much faster. Overall, the Japanese text saves 11.5 minutes over the English version of the game. On text alone, it saves 17 minutes, or rather 16.5 now with the new cutscene skips. But the English version has a trick, well, specifically, the NTSC 1.0 version has a glitch that saves 5 minutes. But alas, we do not get to use it because that still does not offset how much time the Japanese text saves. Now, if you haven't played the game in a while, I would highly recommend playing it again. It's quite soothing. Also, the spiral charge can go through tornadoes so that we don't die right there. Now we must go to the Rainbow Island, which to me looks surprisingly like the island is paragliding. For this is where we must drop off the soup for Levias if we wish to spawn him in. Face planting into the ground, the fastest way to spawn him, of course. This angle looks correct. But wait a minute, where's the boss? You're probably asking. Well, he's here. The textures just aren't loaded in. But I'm going to kill him anyway. We skipped the first phase of the fight, which is why these textures never loaded in. But thankfully we can see the purple haze that normally emanates from its mouth. And we can get him that way. We must be careful not to die, though, for we do only have one heart. Unfortunately, we missed, so I must go with my backup strategy. Skyward striking from the back. And thankfully, we still saved some time. We are only 8.8 seconds behind my personal best. Shame, really. I could have saved much more time than that. But oh well. I do not do gymnastics anymore, no. Yes, there are indeed more opportunities for time saves. I can save 1 minute on the upcoming Water Dragon segment, which would be very good. However, right now, as we finish talking with Levias, I believe it is time for another death. So let us do so, and fall into his beard. This will respawn us at the beginning of the Thunderhead, and therefore we can exit very quickly. And it is now time for the auto-scroller. One part of the Song of the Hero is located in each of the 3 regions, so we must go there to collect it. The biggest sequence break we have in this game saves about 20 minutes. Unfortunately, most of the big sequence breaks have already been performed, though there will be some near the end of the run if you choose to stick around until then. Now we must use the beetle to go and get a small key down here. It is strange that this small key does not appear until the Song of the Hero quest, otherwise we could get it early and use it to potentially enter the Sand Sea, which would be very amazing. I do not mind answering questions. Asking and answering questions is how the spread of knowledge perseveres. Now the auto-scroller madness begins. Or hopefully I can make the minecart traverse as quickly as possible across the rail. There will be 4 Deku Babas upcoming. The first one horizontal. The second one vertical. The third horizontal. And the fourth vertical. Then the switch will appear and I will attempt to get on it with the proper timing. Unfortunately, I bonked. I will void out here to actually push the minecart forward slightly. This is faster than letting the minecart move on its own up all this way. Unfortunately for this Bokoblin, I'm going to push him off the edge. The claw shots have now turned into a lethal weapon that I may take life with. Now we get to the cave. A very long cave. Where the platforms spawn in front of us and despawn from the back. An angry Deku Baba waits right here, eager to attack. Where we hopefully will not fail this claw shot right here as we did last run. And then make it to the switch before the minecart stops. Now we must wait on the vines and pass over these cracks in the wall that have vents for some strange reason. All the more to figure out with Zelda logic, I suppose. Once these platforms spawn over here, I'm actually going to side hop over them and into the void, for this will again push the minecart forward and respawn me up high. And right next to the switch. Now it is time to aim the claw shots very slowly as the minecart attempts to catch up with us. Cruel designer of this course, eager to strike boredom into the hearts of those who may pass it. I do not approve of this joke. Cease the existence at once. Must be careful here not to collect any jellies, for they will waste time, and I do not like wasting time. Now I shall slide across the sand, with the brake slide so quick that I can make it to the land over here. Voiding out here will again push the minecart forward and save me just a few seconds. Now I wait for the minecart yet again. A metaphor of the speedrunner waiting for his speed game and life in general. The quest for the new PB. Always slow and searchful. Waiting for the skill to catch up to the ego. Waiting. Pulling down the levers of the walls that we all hit when trying to speedrun. Until finally the controller breaks and they can no longer speedrun, and they will realize what they missed. course, right here, I can face the wall to make sure the sentry enemy does not attack me. And now there's one more lever I must hit with the whip. On the left side over here, behind the Beamos. I can strike the Beamos once, and target the lever up top. The Beamos is now confused and doesn't know where I am. Now we come to the final part of the auto-scroller. With only one bomb. I can use the bomb flower, though, to save myself on bomb inventory. All the while making sure my controls are calibrated for the next sequence of the run. Eager for the Quadro Baba that's about to spawn. Jump slashing to the end so that I have just enough time to go down and sit, waiting still for the auto-scroller to complete. I can restore 2 of my hearts without wasting any time. Dispatching the Beamos with the bow would unfortunately be much slower. And by much slower, I mean 2 seconds slower. It would also waste an arrow shot, which I do not want to do. And thus the Thunder Dragon comes into existence, and we can give him the Life Tree Fruit. Saving a few seconds in the process. Very nice. We have 1 part of the Song of the Hero, and 2 more to go. The Water Dragon and the Tad Tones are up next. Not without fighting the Imprisoned for a 3rd time, though. Well, 3rd naturally. Only 2nd in this run since we skipped the first encounter. So now we fly over to Farron. It does not matter which order we attempt to get the pieces of the Song of the Hero in, but this makes the most sense routing-wise because it involves the least amount of flying. My least favorite part of the run would be the 10 minutes of near-constant text and cutscenes after Imprison 2 before Levias. It is very boring. Let us all welcome Groose, who will be helpful this time. All hail Groose. Unfortunately, we cannot dispatch this Imprisoned as quickly as we did the last one, where this fight is scripted by the programmers to contain certain events that take a while. We can still use the same technique, however, that we used last time to save 15 seconds. My controls are very badly uncalibrated. That was unfortunate. I will probably lose time now. I do not know why the controls decided to do that, but I will blame that on the controls. They were inverted. I should have taken more time to correct them. Thankfully, Groose is right here. So unfortunately, we lost 15 seconds right there. Yes, Motion Plus is required to play this game. Thankfully, the controls are fixed now. Much thanks to the combat that I did. It was unfortunate, though, that I could not fix it in time to perform the strategy on the Imprisoned itself. It is okay, though, as we can still save time on this segment. Because Groose ran out of bombs, we must now launch ourselves off in the Groosinator, so that we may hit the final spike into the head of the Imprisoned. I do not have anything against eggs, personally. That was again a vibrating Wii Remote. With the True Master Sword now, we're able to instantly charge Skyward Strikes, which is very nice. We can now make our way up back to the Sealed Temple, not having to fight the Imprisoned anymore. Making sure to manage stamina correctly so we don't run out of it. At least not until we get to the door. Now, Groose has a creative solution on how we shall get into Farron Woods when it is flooded, and he will launch us in the Groosinator so that we may start the Tadtones section. Link is now very surprised that there is a tree back there, despite the fact that we saw it much earlier. Groose was also there for a frame before he disappeared. I shall hope that the controls are calibrated correctly as we enter into Farron Woods here. The controls appear to be calibrated correctly, which is good. Mostly correctly. He could probably be improved a little bit. As we make our way to the top. The Tad Tones section can be very peculiar most of the time, but hopefully it will go well for us as we make our way around. Avoiding Froaks as necessary, hopefully. Unfortunately, this will be very slow. Thanks to the accidental spiky green thing that I hit earlier. That is very unfortunate and will waste some time. There we go. Interesting bonk right there. That it was scary. Let us hope that I get this and don't die. Excellent. Interesting. I'm very surprised I did not bonk right there. Unfortunately, this still was not a very good Tad Tones. I believe that counted. If so, that was absolutely amazing. Yes. A very nice song. And we are ahead. By 11 seconds. Whether or not we can keep this pace remains to be seen, but I will have to play very well until the end of the run if it is to be so. We would have saved much more time if I hadn't screwed up the Imprisoned 3 fight. It makes me sad knowing what time we could have saved, but I'm also happy that we are ahead by any amount of time at all. For there is almost no more time left to save in the run. And this will truly come down to a test of whether or not I can stay consistent. Monkey S. Yes, Adrian, the death did save time. The death was intentional. Interesting right there that the text sequence decided to go to the top of the screen and now is on the bottom again. I do not know why that happened, but it intrigues me. Thank you very much for the good luck, Hager Jam. Oblin Base. Infamous for the early platform cycle and the potential ender of runs. We will not be doing slingshot skip this time, my friends. By hitting this bomb with a certain pattern, we can get behind it and then push it forward so that we do not have to crawl around the left side, allowing us to hit one earlier platform cycle than we would normally be able to. But the control stick got stuck and pushed me forward even more. Such an unfortunate event. It appears that we will not be PBing today, my friends, as sad as I am to tell you the news. That was not intentional. And of course, it spawns us back here. Let's try this again. Bokoblin Vase is definitely very interesting. But I'm going to blame that one on the controller, as I definitely did let go of the control stick. There will be no slingshot skip today, I have decided. Perhaps I do need to get a new Wii Remote or Nunchuck, or some combination of the two. It could prove useful in not having controller issues at unfortunate points in my runs. This is very unfortunate cycle-wise for the Bokoblin, where I need to get around him. Will you please move? I have no idea where the platform cycle is going to be now, but I guess we will find out as soon as I get there. It was very unfortunate what happened, and I am very sad about it. Let us play some melodic tunes to soothe ourselves as we wander across the lava on a desolate platform. And of course, we can shoot the bomb with the claw shot to make it explode quicker so that we may get the whip. And since we have more than 2 hearts, we can attempt to do the P-hat skip. Normally we need to whip that P-hat that's behind the fence, but with a very precise jump, make it across. We can also use the whip to give ourselves bombs. Something that many of you probably just learned. Now we must go collect the slingshot and the bombs post-haste. Watching this cutscene first, that we may not waste time waiting on the platform. Now we have the slingshot, which means we can go get the bombs more easily. Of course, we only have 7 shots, so we better use them wisely. It is actually possible to skip getting the slingshot back and go directly to the bombs, but it involves very stupid, precise tricks that will kill the run if you fail them, so we do not do it. Thank you very much for the good luck, Itlao speedrun. I don't like where your position is. And with one slingshot seed left, we make our way out. I'm gonna throw the bomb into the lava to make it explode quicker. Or at least hopefully. Otherwise, we must shoot it with our remaining slingshot pellet so that we may blow it up. And we have the Master Sword now. Excellent. Unfortunately, that death that we had is going to cost us a bunch of time. Time that we so desperately needed if we would wanted to have PB'd. Because this run got the extended blow at the beginning, any attempt to hit the Goddess Cube over there will not work. We cannot hit any Goddess Cubes at the moment. Much to the dismay of some. I should have taken some damage from the spumes right there. Oh well. And I wouldn't have had to take as much damage here. Since I will have to take damage from two Bokoblins now. That was very slow. No, the motion controls I feel are very good. However, I did have a bit of difficulty with them in this run specifically. Now the cutscenes are queued and we'll play one after the other. I can assure you that I am okay. Now, my friends, it is time for us to leave Eldin once and for all, and never return. Now go complete the Song of the Hero. I found this run to be very relaxing, Even though we're not going to PB, I'm glad that I decided to follow through. We still have the most intense part of the run coming up, though, so I hope you will all stick with us. First, we must land on Levias's nose. A Pasher. It's 4 a.m. Why are you awake? Yes, Keyboy, you are very cute. These tornadoes, they don't quit. You must fly around them. Thank you for the 15-bit Skernolence, and for the good luck. I bid you good night. It is now time for the last harp cancel. We have gone 4 for 4 with the harp cancels, which is very good. Thank you for the good luck as well, Darklink 834. May you have harmonious dreams and good rest. This stream is taking everybody to bed. I must be wary of the Watcher's cycles, as the camera being on them can determine if they're moving or not. By the looks of it, this is a very nice cycle right here. And will not need much further coaxing from me. But I must hurry. I'm to make it before he returns. And now, fellow viewers, it is time for Link to become Jesus. We shall walk on the water, as it is faster for getting to the other side of Skyloft. The Guardians will chase after us, but they cannot win, especially when we round the corner and they end up losing sight of us. A second try hop clip. We should be able to skip this last Watcher with how fast we were able to do the hop clip. Hopefully. It is looking good. Of course, not if that happens. We do a small hop so that we can roll directly into the portal. Saving a good amount of time, but not enough for a PB, unfortunately. Of course, we will finish this run and eat more cookies. And now, my friends, it is time for us to enter the Sky Keep, final dungeon. Let us go in. First, we will be forced to collect the map. This is the only dungeon in the game that forces that upon us. Hopefully we will be able to zoom through Skykeep at an appropriate pace. Rearranging the dungeon, we can go. First to the Skyview room, and then to the Lanayru mining facility. Let us begin by shooting this thing over here with a very precise arrow shot. Another precise claw shot onto the vines over here, skipping the first cylinder wall. And the Skyview room is done. Now we must collect more arrow drops. For this room is particularly interesting. Do not let the sentry spawn in, though. That would be bad news. So you see, this room has these peculiar barbed fences that attempt to hide these eye switches, but they don't do a very good job. So instead, we're going to shoot right through them some precise positioning. For the first one, stand in this diamond. There we go. The second one, we stand in this diamond. The third, fourth, and fifth ones, we can just stand in this corner. Next, we move on to the Triforce of Power. A room so devilishly slow, it makes the auto-scroller look fast. First, we must go back through the Skyview room, though, but thankfully there's a shortcut. Fi once again speaks about obvious things. But we don't care, because we're not going to see any of them. See, this game has a glitch that allows you to clip through down below. And then claw shot back up. We can reach it, that is. Where are you? There you are. Right to the Triforce of Power. And now there are 2 more magical Doritos to go. The costume has not been delivered yet, unfortunately. Probably will not be here for a few weeks. Two more Doritos and some cinnamon cookies later. That was not a good jump attack. Now we can throw the time shift orb and hopefully perform a very precise arrow shot. Just on the tip of the eye switch right there. Using brake sliding once again to traverse across the sand. And side hopping off the switch as we hit the eye. Side hopping again as the eye closes. Shielding accidentally in place of rolling. And accidentally equipping the slingshot when I should have equipped the claw shots. And accidentally falling as well. Falling is quite a funny thing. You go so fast, so far down, oh so very quickly. at a terminal velocity of 120 miles an hour. And then you want to eat more cinnamon cookies. One more final arrangement of the rooms. Thank you very much for the purple rupee, Austin. Another pirate maniac. It is currently 2:26 a.m. and I intend to finish this run. I do not know what a pirate is doing down here. Now we can finally enter the Courage Trial with our small key that we have. First, two moblins that we must face. Running over shields and quick spinning post haste. Next is the bow, which we will use to strike down many a foe in the next room. Because the bow is very powerful. The next room contains my favorite enemy, a Stallmaster. Along with some zombie bokoblins that don't look too friendly. I say we dispose of them quickly. With a bomb. Very nicely done. In we go. Unfortunately, a little more than a minute behind my personal best. But in nonetheless. And now it's time for the final gauntlet. Quite a big one, if you ask me. But hopefully we'll be able to do it quite carefully. Up first is the Horde. Quite a beast to tame. But it does have one trick that makes it not lame. For Girahim now spawns these trials for us. First, some blue-capped Bokoblins. One of them is still alive. There he is. Unfortunately, that was slow. And with hearts, I'm now only at 5. This may make things interesting for what comes up next. And this angle is very bad. Very nice. We have successfully skipped one revolution around and landed softly onto the next floor on the ground. 2 Stalfos now spawn that allow me to quick spin. Thankfully we can dispose of them quickly. Move on to the next challenge. Thankfully, running out of stamina was not an issue there. Away with you. Alright. Now it's time for Girahim 3. Three cycles. Want to stab him in the chest each time. Very nice so far. Ooh. That was unfortunate on my part, with the mistimed shield bash. Though pretty soon, Girahim will turn to ash. Now it's time to use a Skyward Stab. Something you never see anywhere else in the game. Charge up to the sky, let him hit me, unleash the stab, and we get 2 cycles instead of 3. now we have 3 hearts. And since this won't PB, I think we know what we're about to do. With only my mind. Let's do this last fight blind. Very good first phase. Let's let it continue. Thank you very much for the 5,000 bits, R2AU. I hope you all enjoyed this Skyward Sword speedrun in 4:58:32. I hope you all had a relaxing time tonight. I'm not sure if we'll ever do this again, but it appears that it was somewhat popular. Thank you all for watching, and we will return with normal talking next time. Good night and stay relaxed. Thank you guys for watching.
플레이中しているマイスターは認識されている。